Ada malungit tutal mo arbeklad, pamrang asuli arbeklad no sab irel mer el along de lurior, el ginel tial press conference rigid. Mau era bodomu le bodon tira ba pastor balgo sandario, bol kita ang lungu eder el altutaw.
Google Dios ang nga tagi miram altutaw, yago tagi marol dang sa kamal mering asulin. Man masaul el alsil sa tamal Dios el sabamal bektibil altutaw press conference mo kula o masaw el alsil sa constitutional del kamamiluwa. Sila mulu usaw o temela ula lumaman men el alsil sin toot, el misafak le mga luol wala lumam. Dili kan mering asulin matial mlaw mering mini game may closing ceremony rakap ngay. Kunit ng pamungtigay ke mores musafak karugul aglit sa coaches at team mga managers el alsil simul mutra ul mangalen. Tau pun mo palang temen modang sang temen belbu tial game men el alsil sagi mering asulin mal tutau mong tial press conference o mga pasi. Kamam onit ng pamungtigay ke mutra ul wong lagi rogul mombung momsad bot pelelang temen ng silang claim. Bol wilar hindi rogul at pelan mo oren selans. Pero nga sulit multiplo ng arang klela Yesus Kristus yang tinggal di dalam sebelah. Amin.
Aise malungit tuta man sulang pastor Sandario ako trulo maragi dal mutel tel emrang asula rubak Dios ako rogul klangal tangat tel marabalwa de matel dal ngartel belu en arabud mamada vertigal okyak sangar gidra tial tay heyon mera abelwat ma gotrule sodom tial tial mosus ray bedul maraklay marbugul belau pilung ma ibir klay ma masir belau president Baules marugul senators speaker Anastasio marugul delegates speaker Kanay marugul delegates diregal chief justice ngiray galaw arbekal justices governor speakers Lators, marbek el adar bela ngara ablurang ayang almora hocharigi. Tuwet sugi del diri almora adar bela ngara ikrer ablur bera al sils. Ida mal ngaltat real tutau el ngartiang el lavantriar ministers ngani minister Victor minister Olgorin chief of staff Kotaro ma dirigal mal tukubet sel okyak sangargid tirgal tira ngora gal game sergid ako trule dirigal sogal susre outkeora a chairman ergid ra organizing committee ra Pacific Games ogorde Patrick Teley ma ga president chairman ra sel Pacific Games Council kale Vidya Lakan Dirigal ngartial mungkin dengan executive director niya Andrew Mino. Dirigal ngartiang ngel niya ONOC, so Oceania National Olympic Committee President. Dirigal Secretary General ergid. Ablur belam abaklay tamil. Ma President gagidele Palau National Olympic Committee rigid President Kyoto. Malungil tutau Happy Constitution Day. Kita gora mlewase kado press conference dia kado press conference dia kado ase dia ngaria tugubet selsil segid Constitution Day mo mertiam mo gora celebrate the Constitution Day celebrate the games kita ngara al serial al na umri kal tri matar klabse mong kotrule bodo recognize trigel dirga kielo bangya tira amne milu sara otmela la argid na 1979 ngaria Masayugi Adalbay dirga ngaria Fana Rungulbay Pastor Billy Cuarte, Laurentino Ulong, Joshua Koshiba, Haruo Wilter, Mariano Carlos, Machanson Toribio. Trigel Teyay, Trigel Ogodey Mat, KI اللوس لا وتملا ادي قلت تuma قدي تريب البو moment of silence بدولات كتير تيرم لامراين Amen. Diregal kita malang tangat le selong rule constitutional convention angari artedel adal selong adul constitutional convention on artiam ari president Kyoto ma president tele ma president whips so kada mral kada celebrated ti alsil se ويل تي hablado de quiere variar el celebration or closing el mini games من ruera como hablar mo master trigal o kyak sangar gid el bolo sadra games di sogal qora dimo highlight tegir qora maduluro al week gida sera qotuluro mla leadership meeting lo mgela senate ma house el qora di mo odar serselio sang angar gidra 26 di tiamal mlegade bel meeting le sulang ara games yala sir got kade bel leadership meeting la dim la bol 1 hour ya kadim lo se del mada saigel yam plo to tilang ara yo sang argi daigel challenges malla algira del gut mok etirase emro go recess at bora grande edo era tim palau di agibo ra grande president le chairman tele las corakwa ma floor leader mari rase mal legire del mere te agi del kad mal dimle atim bela mal dingile ngana lemre so congratulations and more asel team bela 2025 so the really congratulations and more rugul athletes kida angartial celebrate again really the accomplishments, the determination and what they've accomplished together. So with that so the mutial teal وأولاد المسا chairman ergid diru ya the borsen di sogal uma the time mal sogal mutial teal lemrenga solira arbek klad el tira am not mag egado ruliti al games med al silse kadam am simerngil gumral was a success el imorir arbekla from the organizing committee chairman sulang ra urerem ra bekel sils el namo herura mo takarti al debel el make sure ba shokal mokl arada awilul durum engari galil mar bekel el gida el alsit seged el mrenga suler tigel bekel athletes el gilngel gida min ngat mokor gida gida lo tagartin ndi tira min ngat mokortil me compete ese todo no saying it takes a lot of sacrifice a lot of time mgadamra el muterte al mrenga sudil gilngel tonge taklang artir matemir el gira legal kolom te ebluri umda suet dimla kamom del mal dimla kamom del te diul tobo do rogur tial el games mgada adamra el mrenga sudil gira se Dirgan mga sulir officials, mar bekel al trigal volunteers, trigal soal muter te al mga sulir aling kita volunteers kita ar bekel bedingin mon muter trigal migal al adal dirgan mara al mro qomit to make sure kalt mok le clean arogul bashura al sel ablur bela tianga ablur bela magal rorol giral ya aigal games dirgan soal muter te al mrenga sulir of course adra school el tira adega dilo mgalabas te dirgal el make sure tiga aigel kiernia akalt mok edirgam le help yidra umrul gal marada akalt mok la galire and I know no total hours am oitel el girel se dirgam mrenga sulir bulis el overall 24 hours el make sure kada selva akla elim narat legal momitra media team rid maral dim gigre lab tial games material volunteers malin por to kan gigre lab the President Leilani Media Council menanga sule mara sel team ran magi kare adal tira auro rabek kalsil silo mangiamel and make sure that the teams are well covered. Ya gumra lo they also deserve a medal ra amring lurere because it has been a team effort. Kadamra ngutial te alle menanga sule. Ya lastly the officer gal state material governors. Kadman menanga sulir sel tira gilngel الموهوس تيال بك البلو يقمدين تيال ويجند تيرام ل بتقر تيرام له هوس تيال بلو ما مريم مرابلي اليوم ما بلورا غوكساي ما منورا وين عديد ما منورا غور ستيت everywhere التيرا او تيسل كليبيلا اوريد القدول التقرارا ويق يدير المال مريم سوليرا هذا ميديكال تيم ريد التيرا غرا you know, unfortunately, you don't want to see it in the cell low so lang aliyad, yung area time, yung area there's injuries. Gida mal mestril mal remove todo more field the mestril and make sure it is cell backle mga tmokortir make sure that they can recover. You know, a partner cell medical team, a direct partner bulisa, a dim lang dil belaw. Nari arsalida mlar outside el Maine, mlar Taiwan, mlar Shabal, Australia, mahol Pacific el help rigidel, mga tmokortial game, mga mal mering asuli. Of course, lastly, the regal Southern Mutial Teal, el mering asuli trigel partners again. Lura Taiwan, Lura Miguel, Lura Australia, Lura Shabal. I think they have come together and helped us ensure that these games are a success. So, the Southern Mutial Teal, el mal mering asulir, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just do a rundown of the game and then Vidya will do the message on behalf of the Games Council. So the game started on the 29th of June on a Sunday. There were 10 compulsory sports, 4 optional sports. Archery was completed, used the Milgok Field. Athletics, their last event was this morning, the half marathon. It's completed. Baseball, as you stated, Mr. President, Reagan Sidoy, the clerk of the Senate, was the tournament director. And this was a rematch of the baseball game 20 years ago. And it was a very important match because after this game, there will be no baseball for the next 16 years. Until North Pacific gets to host. Basketball 3x3 is still ongoing. Championships today. Judo concluded yesterday at Miyuns. Softball women concluded yesterday at Miyuns. Swimming is concluded. Table tennis at Amayong. Triathlon was at Niwal for 2 days. And then aquathlon this morning at Palau Pacific Resort has been concluded. Ba'a is done. It was at Miyuns. The place for Ba'a, the seaplane ramp that was bumped in 1944 in September and repaved in 2025, some 84 years later. Beach volleyball concluded yesterday. Indoor volleyball yesterday. Weightlifting at the brand new Miyun Sports Complex concluded 3 days ago, and wrestling at Amayong and also Japan Palau Friendship Bridge. President, we're happy to report that 22 out of 23 countries medaled in this event. And we're very happy about that. And 23 of the 24 Pacific countries and territories participated, except for Niue, that would not be here. And then this evening we will pass Vidya will pass the torch to the next host of the Pacific mini game, the 13th edition, that will be at Rarotonga in Cook Islands. And it's very appropriate that we end this game on our Constitution Day, the 44th Constitution Day. The people of Palau on this day 44 years ago voted to approve the nuclear-free and independent Palau, and that the tenets of that is Rarotonga Treaty, the nuclear-free independent Pacific Treaty. We're very happy for the media, for the daily updates. There was a recommendation that was made 20 years ago to do daily updates, and it became a reality 20 years later, and it was carried by over 20 TV stations all across the Pacific. So everybody knows what's happening in this game. So you've said our thank yous. We want to thank BSCC, the Cable Corporation, PNCC, our national telecom carrier, all our radio stations, PWFM, Radio Australia, WFM, T8A 87.5, for bringing this game to the homes of the people. We want to thank our bilateral partners, government and people of Republic of China and Taiwan, for investing with us over 6.5 million in the facilities, and also for providing a training opportunity for Team Palau in Taipei. We also want to credit the President, the repair of the schools to the tune of some $7 million, utilizing compact funding. Our students will return to school in 3 weeks, and newly refurbished, cooled, and cleaned campus. Hopefully that will result in student achievement for all our students. So with that, President Lacan, it's your turn, sir, to repeat. He was the president back in 2005 when we hosted the 7th edition of the Pacific Games. He came to Palau as South Pacific Mini Games and left as Pacific Mini Games. So, floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Can I borrow your speech? I don't have one written. Your Excellency, Mr. President, my colleagues and members of the media, first of all, congratulations to you and to Palau, the 44th Constitution Day celebrations. Media plays a very important part in our daily lives. And of course, our industry is sports. And when we have games of this magnitude, everybody can't attend the games. So they rely on you to take the games to them in their homes. You narrate to them what is happening, how it is happening, and who is doing what. So you have a very, very important role to play. And we do appreciate the prominence that you give to our industry. Coming back to Palau 2025, I know Patrick talked about the result of the baseball match. The positive side of that is, Patrick, that Palau will be champion baseball country for the next 15 years.
Yes.
No one can take that away from you. The games here are thanks to President for his personal and for his cabinet and the government support in making these games happen. Of course, we as the Games Council award the games to a member in a country, and our member here is Palau Pacific Games Association. But you will agree with me that they cannot do these games on their own. The support of the government is critical. The support of the people of the host nation is also critical. And I can say this quite openly, not because you're here, but Palau has been a very pleasant experience for us. From the very beginning, even though there was a change of government since you won the bid to host the games, on your arrival in the leadership role, we continued to enjoy the same level of support as we were promised by the previous government when they bid for the games. And that support, Mr. President, as you know, makes life much easier for people like Patrick and his organizing committee and the volunteers to make things happen the way. There were a couple of negatives, but one of them is a good negative. One good negative is the size of the games. We did not envisage, because the games were in Palau in Micronesia, and traditionally our members from the other side of the world do not travel in huge numbers when the games are in this part of the world. But they did. And I would like to think that it's not the games, the attraction was Palau. That they all wanted to come to Palau, and they came in large numbers, over 1,900, the largest we have had at any past Pacific mini games. So you can appreciate when you're planning to host 12 to 1,500 athletes and officials, you have 1,900. It just adds to all your logistical issues. Where and how you're going to house them, where and how you're going to feed them, and how you're going to transport them to their competition venues. But under the able leadership of Patrick and supported by President Whips, you did extremely well. You may have had some negative vibes, and that is normal. Before the competition starts, there is all sorts of issues that are being raised. But once the competition starts, all these things are forgotten. So you had your fair share of issues that were being brought up at Chef de Mission's meeting before the competition started. And I must say, promises were made by Patrick and his team. And the next day, the solutions to those issues were found and delivered, and improvements were made. I think he was well trained. 2005 trained him well as to how to tackle and manage these issues, and he did extremely well. The level of competition here was very high. I was speaking to the president of World Volleyball. He's been here for the past couple of days. And I made a point of asking him about the level of our games compared to what is the level in other parts of the world. And he was quite happy to say that the level of competition here, particularly in volleyball, was very high. So what makes it so high? One component that we usually forget is the venue. You know, sometimes when you walk into a hall or a venue, it sort of motivates you, and you do well. And I think, Mr. President, the venue that were provided for the 12 sports on this program were of a very high standard. And that is why we've had so many personal bests, so many games records that were created. And I think in that the venues made a lot of difference. So I thank you again, you and your government, for whatever you provided. There's one other point I want to make mention of, is when we have these games, sometimes we get our donor governments to build huge facilities. And the facilities are so huge that post-games, you're not able to sustain it, you're not able to manage it, and you do not have the population base to use those facilities to its fullest. Here I noticed, and I did commend Patrick and his team, the venues that you have are tied in with schools. We will be gone tomorrow, but the facilities we stay here. And we will live in the knowledge that your facilities that you have will get maximum use after the games because they're tied in with schools, the school kids and the people of the state, or what do you call it, village or state? State, yeah. So population of the state will have access to those venues and facilities as well. And they are of a reasonable size, which I think you will have no difficulty in maintaining them, in making sure that they're accessible to the youth and your people in your state. There's a couple of things I want to say, but I want to leave it for this evening. And we hope the media will be there to give credit to all those we were mentioning who made these games very successful. So on that note, Patrick, I close my remarks.
Vidya, maybe we can have Baklay describe the this evening's closing ceremony, and Frank as president of NOC to say something.
Maraming tuta Presidente, tuta to everyone this morning. Kapag closing ceremony umura 11 o'clock, ang diway sira opening ceremony. Nakabangi talaga klaada ma track and field like 4:30 open na chwa man sa ilaga klaada mo. Closing ceremony amal di kalbol makateka tundi morning parade there are athletes at makarukul ma sa track and field as one team na model individual nations, they all coming together. So tigil flag bearers ayak madali tadid makasinis nakadana mo. Yes. They practice at every game. Said one so is with the one team. Pacific Games Council amara ilang gagi the nomination for the best male and best female athlete of the games. Say bon ila patali na one o'clock ligado whole team sa select. Pacific Games Council will announce the male and female athlete of the year. Sorry, of the games. Gagi the selbol mekse inganya the lowering of the flags. Giran mo mutengala Pacific Games Council flag, and that will be presented from our side, President Frank Kyoto, back to the Pacific Games Council, the rightful owners of the games, and then from there, and Mr. Vidyalakan will present it to the new host of the next games. 2029 Pacific Mini Games will be in Cook Islands, the 13th edition of the games. And with that, Cook Island, they have requested they have a short presentation to everyone, and then President Vidyalakan will declare the games closed for the evening, and he has a short remarks for that. We'll extinguish the fire, the flame, and then there will be a prayer, a benediction, and then there's entertainment and music to really celebrate all the athletes that are here and all their achievements at these mini games. So say kita for a rundown program. So we ask everyone to bring your hydro flask, a little bit of snack, because we'll be enjoying ourselves at the track and field and saying goodbye to all the friends and athletes that visited our shows. Thank you.
A small change. I will be inviting Chairman Patrick for his closing remarks.
Great. Okay, thank you. You're the president. Thank you, sir.
Frank Nadia Somel, Melbunga Radar Vela, o Reng Sakaum.
Sudah overdue. State baru tutar member institution. Dia kelmera media, to Monique, ministers of media. I'd like to take this opportunity, President, to welcome James Noki from ABC Australia Radio. Pastor, Sudah TMC. President, Vidyala Khan said the game is very quality competition is very high. I'm also very proud of their NOC Sports Federation, especially athletes. Easy Brablu Bella was a Bella, those 23 nations have been Peter Pacific Games, a Bella Mlonga. So it's a huge feat, Bella Bella. Yes, at 2019, there are some games that took a lot of flags from the media. So we took that in the very sense and work harder to turn it around. So, but we represent Vice was Imam Adet, the troop rather, Omigal was a personal best. There, I'm happy to report was a 4x1 breeder are selling a branch, get together at our way, branches in the tour. Meron dia macam orang sudah presenta dari Singapura komite bilateral partners lagi. Nostra potong mesra juga ya kura Februari itu berdeu speaker tanai sentur suino era Singapores. Lagi baru turun di rumah dia berdeu ambil reminder dari luar cara kiarwa dalam hotel que eu vou provar também tudo ser no breve expor mas vai ser muito manex so que aí na mel que por pedar aqui so for the next 16 years India will be champions without playing kira que presidente man kita ada mau mengajukan atlet ada beri marketing para hacer rogir supporter lodar será dia kadin firma no atlet hasta nari firma lugar hacer tigal state sisters tigal teams ver ne dia maniplo ay component terjalgin que maniplo ka kira ngir gila experience team tiga mobile ahora look to tell why is it that the Saturday swimming they've been swimming for over 10 years, close to 20 years, improving their personal best. Brad Maragal tournament more they culminated there. So the work for us continue more looking for those high level competition relational including which progression more IOC solidarity. Again, I'm a pro front of competition of Bunga. Not pro support or not. There are things are which my Sudir. Dere Malgadra Sinchi, in Maria Rata Sabar, in May. Kingfisher or Kevin Subra and Hedra vacancies. We have to put it in another hole. The Toa usually prevent get up and they will have performance of the team. One Italian president, the Butron Terra, and get the Will, man, Renasura at Palau, Renasulem, Robina Palau, Bulberau, Siperau, and German. Le por agarrado de una montaña la muy directo mane aleo por la voy a todo aleo por la de velo que había ahí que se entra por breve André la subir migra ya tú que el por la de velo era Simón y pasa mamá almo yo tira a presidente el almo ya va recuerda asesinar ya recuerda la manip ma frank ma almo el almo tiene recuerda mal brega subir tiempo y mal venga mal surar del teatro.
Seguide president magada merenga saul de regalo aiser other belau ro kui lei tial ngarai gal belura tiagi de South Pacific el mer belau dia galia sul toy mal mering la arid akot lu ula ududir ablo older stedo ra udo dram rigel imol plugortira imol magra rigel endi tiram lo mongodu udla gero gul ngaring tir emlo sobi il mer belau seguida dire el hotel magada merenga sulele kita kodomes ara laklalo el ngarbab ending audude drang bar de atter regal ara lakloklet tirse lo saigang en wal balerul aisois. So I was just saying that coming to the North Pacific is not cheap. It's very expensive. So we thank all our people from all the Polynesian and Melanesian countries for coming in full force to participate in this game. So this is a very important thing, and for having that daily update so they can hear what's happening, and for having the social media as we have it today so they can hear that we close the game today and we need to pay all our bills. So we continue to ask our leadership for their support, both from the President's Office and the National Congress, OIG, to help us. We also have a lot of volunteers, but we also have people who went out of their regular schedule to work overtime. And those are things that our government have policies to address, and we need to take care of those. We'd like to also thank members of Coamuana, the U.S. Armed Forces, who were here on the ground, and they actually start hitting the schools this week to help us dismantle the beds and bring the desks and chairs back to the classroom. So the schools will resume in about 2.5 weeks' time. The Pacific Policing Support Group, Minister Olgri, for coming with all those officers, 19 officers from different countries in the Pacific to assist us in this security of the games. And I so far know major issues relating to the game. One, in terms of medical situation report, one hospitalization, a dengue case that's being taken care of. The athlete is now well and will be able to return home. The good news about that is he was unwell and he went and did what he did. He went and lifted and got all the medal, and then he went to the hospital. We just need to make sure that the bill is taken care of, and we're going to assist them, Mr. President. Their currency is only half the value of what we have, and you know they are not citizens of Palau or freely associated states, so they do not have that system within our hospital, but we will assist them so that they can leave. So with that, Vidya and Bakla and Mr. President, members of the media, hopefully we answered all the, but after the ceremony, we'll be able to hear hopefully from you, but we'll yield the floor back to you, Vidya.
Chairman Patrick, you said Radio Australia is here? I have someone who speaks Australian.
G'day. Lee, and good morning, everybody. I'll just echo the comments of President Makan and thank President Whipps, his government, Dr. Talay and his organising committee, and President Kyoto and Secretary General Tenayil from the Palau Pacific Games Association, PNOC, for delivering fantastic games. I'm sure our President will make formal remarks on that this evening at the closing ceremony, but we are deeply grateful for the tireless work of your team and the support from the government to make these games such a success. As the President said, we brought nearly 2,000 people here to your country. It's more than a 10% increase on your normal population. That's a very big imposition.
Yeah.
But you've handled it with grace and good humour and very professionally. We are very thankful. To see Team Palau win gold medal in baseball, in the sport that is in the heart of your people, is something that's very satisfying to us as the event owners. And so congratulations to Team Palau on that very historic and important performance. Just on the numbers of people we have here, I think it's important to brief the media on the innovations of these games. What is new and I think exciting is the fact that we had a youth component in 9 of the 12 sports from the Pacific Games Council, directing our member countries to select youth athletes. And we're really grateful for President Frank and Secretary General Buckley and their support for that policy. They've been a very good partner with us in supporting that with our member countries. And so if you look at the number of nearly 2,000, you're probably looking at over 1,000 of those people are youth. So we're giving them a great opportunity for the future, not just here in Palau with your country, but all the visiting delegations. I think from our side, we'll get reports from our member countries, but the early indications are that's been a very successful and well-received program to help the youth of the Pacific take the first of hopefully many steps in their international sports careers. And just with that, it gave us an additional responsibility of what we call safeguarding, to make sure our young people who are coming a long way away from home, maybe for the first time, to keep them safe in an environment that's very different to what they normally would live through at home. They're in a games village, there's hundreds of people around them, they're exposed to a lot of new things and new people. And we're very grateful to the support that we had here in Palau and also with the Australian government's Team Up program to send a group of people here to monitor and safeguard our athletes. That's the first time we've ever done it at a Pacific Games. And it was important to do it with this youth component and so many young people. So Palau has innovated our games, and that's a very good thing for us. Not only have you delivered a really good games, but you've innovated as well and given a chance to our young people to compete in a safe environment. So we thank you for that. And Mr. President, once again, congratulations on the delivery of these games. We are very happy with the Pacific Games Council. Thank you. Mesula.
Sure. Maybe we should allow the media to ask a few questions.
We don't have any answers.
The tool level care ako te chairman talay ta mumra ka event algap singe ngaral beluwati ka ngatyang ngaram no lastel marayla ngora wangara tele la o mga maklir ya last sir question ka mura President Kyoto convention was ang lari aklol improvement ra lastel game ra stat in Solomon Island mera ngaliket ngara ko ra ngara lessons on silu take the game ngara planner kami maral mo improve ay mutul improve tirgal ngaliket ra ngarigel bibira sports wal ko tiles the street was swimming start mo ringa medal ngara ko ra plan sir kami will el pace regel ko issues malubang concern el race tirgal athletes ra el all time. I'll go with that.
Abo kung ersel kotel kere President ma le ngaringa medel ngara dartum okol mel adrak lokol am la Amrael. Ngaringa aklo lomrer adra Tahiti digim la sub de trilo sa selulubong lomrer la truyo meel kapsingi la buil yora umrel la skogin di diakal betokol ad endi da kutmakal trir yotob da trir regel public schools at kutmok regel schoolir al so mangani adir ka kieng mo sabil kirador mra PCC endi tablungure seliol mol mutur selorael temela yoter til maralam dia kam oitel mo o so if there are athletes and the heads of delegations listening, close to 160 athletes have departed Palau, and then starting tomorrow night, we will have big departures. But the last departure will be around July 18. But we've assured them that whoever is staying behind, we will be taking care of them until their scheduled flight departure out of Palau. There's 2 charters for Air New Guinea, and then 2 Fiji Airways have also 2 charters. So by the weekend, they should be leaving. So in the meantime, we will be feeding them. And I think Team Palau will be receiving their breakfast tomorrow. That they will be their last meal at Munes. They can pack their belongings, and then they can actually go home, but they can come with their pass and then still join the meal in the cafeteria. But we will not be sending their meals to Munes. Tomorrow will be the last breakfast sent to Munes. Sulang. Elbora Frank mo ngera gele lol tokoy ma.
So the question, Mr. Lakan, was on the next step for athletes, especially for Team Palau. After this competition, what happened next? So just to highlight that in the 2023 program from Solomon Islands, the big games. So the big Pacific Games is the same number of countries, but bigger sports. The number of sports are increasing. So that's the big games, and it's open for everyone. And that's when Team Palau brought in 3 bronze medals. We had about 75 to about 85 athletes that went to that particular program, focusing on the sport that's going to be in the 2025 program. So there were a lot of young people that were in the 2023 program because that was expected in the planning for them to experience the high level of competition in that program. So most of the athletes that are in this program, outside of the big sports like baseball and softball that were not in the Pacific Games in 2023, are actually in this team. So the progression of development is competing in 2023 and then jump up to 2024 Micronesian program. So they went and they won all the medals in the 2024 program. And then consistency on the development to 2025 were the mini games. So the progression was investing more in the athletes and their competition, training outside of Palau and competing more often. So the expectations is to have their numbers improve. So swimming was, a medal was really expected in terms of their progression of their training at the high performance training camp in Brisbane, Australia. They went about a month before and then 2 weeks into the games. And then baseball having that discipline to be outside of Palau for 2 months. So these are we're very thankful that the Pacific Games Council have certain requirement for each sport and then certain minimum age and maximum age in terms of the youth component. So we're working with that numbers and then moving them up. So the target is really how we can sustain our athletes to maintain the progression in achieving better in the 2027 Pacific Games, the big games. So from 3 bronze medal, and then hopefully we'll get a silver and a gold at the big games in Tahiti, using the same young people that now at the 17, 16, because by the time in 2 years, they're 21, 22. They have progressed well by time and by age. So that's the progression. So for this, not just for Palau, but for all the Pacific Games, PGA, there's World Championships now. Swimming is going on World Championships immediately after these games. Scholarships for the International Olympic Committee are out. their deadline on June 30th. So this is the time where we identify talent identification, putting them in place. Athletics is going. So there's a lot of progression on the games because next year is 2026, is the Youth Olympic Games in Dakar. So the progression is going to the youth and then jump up to 2027 in Tahiti. And then there's Nauru Games, the Micronesian Games is also proposed for next year. And then 2028 in LA. So the 4-year cycle runs, so the training continues. The LA 20 Olympic Games finishes, and then it's 29 again in Cook Islands, where we want all the team to go and win at the top. Because we have one here, we need to maintain that. And that requires a lot of support and commitment from the athletes themselves, from parents, from the sports federations, from our government, from our sponsors, from our leaders, from the state, because the training doesn't stop. The high performance we've seen here at the games, not just the elevation of the facilities, but commitment from bringing coaches to Palau to train and taking our athletes to Palau to train. So the coaches that we had, high performance coaches that are here, we had partnership with the physios from Japan that make sure that when athletes go out into the field of play, they are protected with the taping and massaging and what needs to be done with their physical health and their mental health. And they come back and then they do another taping and massage, and that's really a requirement now, just making sure the athletes are prepared again to compete the next day. So ice is such an important, icing, swimming, getting them better immediately, 24 hours, and then go back in the field of play. So the whole progression is, there's more need for athlete to become better, but everybody has to ride on that journey with the athlete. So the training doesn't stop, the support doesn't stop. We still need support from everyone, from families, so they can progress into the, even coaches, officials, it's all at this level, and we need to get them going up to the next level. So it's a little bit of rest, maybe for a week, and they jumpstart again to start their training, because one thing good about the sports program in the region, it's all set. The calendar is set already, so we just follow the calendar and make sure that they continue in the program and they qualify for the next event, and then target 2027 and then 2029. 27 in Tahiti, the big games, and 2029 Cook Islands for the next mini games. So sige na ora titele la progression. Everybody.
Can we take the opportunity to tell you people what are we doing for technical officials? Andrew?
Technical officials are a very important part of the delivery of sport, as I'm sure you all appreciate. Having good umpiring, refereeing, decision-making on the field of play is critical to delivering sport to a high standard. And we've had a very successful technical officials program at these games. We've provided through the Games Council, in partnership with our Oceania federations for a number of the sports on the program, funding to bring the experts in here to Palau prior to the games, to train your local people, to be able to officiate here and run their event more efficiently. So we've been very happy with that program. It was quite successful. I think in about 8 of the 12 sports, we were able to do that. We also had a program for our member countries to fund their participation. Often it's very difficult for a qualified technical official to afford the airfare to come all this way to participate in the games. So we've been able to provide funding over $50,000 for a number of those people to come and have them participate and develop their skills so that particularly from the countries that are going to host games in the future, like Tahiti, Cook Islands and Tonga, to allow their people to come here and experience the Pacific Games and officiate. So that's a big part of our program. We talk a lot about athletes, and we should. And we talk a lot about coaching, and we should. But a very important part of good sporting performance is quality refereeing and umpiring. So that's a big focus for us. We've started a program here that's been quite successful. And when we talk about innovation, that's another one. And I think it leaves a legacy, particularly in Palau, that you can run your Palau games. You can run the next Micronesian Games whenever that happens, sooner or later. Or just your national competitions in individual sports. There are people here that have been trained up to be able to deliver competitions for your athletes. So we're very happy that that's happened here, and it's been taken up well by the local people. So congratulations to your sports for helping on that program.
Tiswakal lo ay salmara other bilal was selo lo koling gal anju legal ambay gal ambara game lebanto ka Pacific Games Council on Maseora legal international federations sendra other around the region and may ambay gal game malungilan with the president to a single president FIBB ang artiang ke president to the International Volleyball Federation Fabio based Luzon ang artial belaw ni Maradal. Matamla masanga I'm sure ta asil badal wasya beach volleyball along Islander Belao abol license ringin mo sa pedal host a world championship starting with the youth. So segi the elevation na domi sa igal malbana masulir adra CIP ma government president because legal facilities are rule meet standard international sport. Misu mangaling ako report the breaker ngi etiaya or hotel wasa the breaker report sa legal facility. So sel beach volleyball ground FIBB na declaring in Center for Excellence na beach volleyball SFI mo ititira a youth damlam role since a youth championship and mira gigit sel ground na beach volleyball and it's world class facility. Jadi soal dia ay selalu saya judo, wrestling international, volleyball international, basketball. Agel dome selular at legal facility. Agel bel donate. Agel give an international federations. So quite expensive. Now team na really that make sure that clear out of the legal space again. Even my table tennis, agel table, my barriers, but agel equipment dulu legal international federations at the send and may directly help you send the technical delegate the Laura Andrew make sure I got games meet I get book rules certified ang bagi level to some officials are variable with certified yaku with certified track and field kagirang wakla solada banggang direct tournament director athletics. So congratulate to him and the director numero ng event ring RR 2000. Never took a certified technical officials of Republic of Palau. So a lot of the international federations are helping us because in the main objective of the game is to make sure the home advantage it's the same as at the Olympic level. So when they go compete at Olympic level, they feel the same venue. They run in the same track, they play on the same volleyball court, and they have the same accessibility because we have it at home. So akmal mo nga national government, all the federations and malblakan din mga facilities are here. So now it's up to par, meet the standard, and everybody are enjoying the games. So yakti swakal luasya LL 2000, they will include the marathon, apothon, 3x3 volleyball. Kadam na out of 665 medals. So it's about 300, almost 300 events that are we running in the Republic of Palau and awarding 665 medals to 2,000 athletes. Is about 665 medals awarded to them. So Palau has exceeded in terms of the games we're hosting, mini games, is over 2,000 athletes and spectators. And then the medals that we're awarding is quite high. Hindi rin makbal mo nga sila reklaan. Nabila mal lolngit say it's the last day of the games. Our other all the visiting countries are so happy with the hospitality of other Belao. They're very grateful with all the hosting of the states. Baby tiram na masuri kertel Belao order Belao. Yeah, because everyone are so hospitable and they're very welcoming. So ako lang ito say for the next few days we continue to welcome our guests and be hospitable and offer if we can help or just welcome them again until they leave. Our last team, I think they leave on this weekend, Brisbane. But everyone has been so hospitable. Our rally is going very smoothly. People are taking their time driving. The police are everywhere. So we thank everyone for their efforts and their support. Thank you so much, President. Thank you.
James?
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Looking forward to the Cook Islands. Are there particular things that you've seen in Palau that from the games in Palau that you are saying this could be applied in the planning for the Cook Islands games and making them run as smoothly as things seem to have gone here?
I'm a bit deaf.
That's
I didn't hear it.
that's okay. Looking forward to the Cook Islands.
You had it, then you can respond.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll speak in Australian.
No, thank you for the question. I think Cook Islands can learn quite a few things from the way Palau has delivered these games. I think for me, one of the key things is the central location of your venues and your sporting facilities. So a lot of the athletes at these games have been able to walk to their competition or their training venues. And that takes a big load off the organisers in terms of transport, meals and things like that. So the athletes can get back to the dining hall quite quickly and easily. So when we go to the Cook Islands and start really planning their games, their competition venues, we know them. They've hosted the games before in 2009, similar to what you've done here in Palau. In 2005, you've used the venues that we see here. They've been renovated and upgraded. And Cook Islands will do the same in the 20-year gap from 2009. But I think the location of the schools for the athletes' villages and which ones they use, I think is a learning from here. And I think the other one is going to be looking after young athletes. I think, as I said earlier, the youth component, it's new. We didn't do this last time in the previous mini games. And I think they'll have to learn how to keep the athletes safe in the accommodation and in the other zones of the games. And I think also how to cater for bigger numbers than you'd expect. As President Makan said, we've been surprised to get nearly 2,000 people here. And the way Palau has adapted quickly to that extra 400 or so people that we did not expect, the way they've been able to manage that in a very rapid response, I think is something that they can learn as well.
And just to go on from those numbers, Tahiti have had a very successful games, partly due to a very large squad. Is there anything that you've seen in the success of Tahiti's team that you take note of and say we can look at maybe sharing these lessons with the other countries, the other NOCs, and perhaps their infrastructure, or perhaps they're putting their teams together, or is it simply just size and money?
No.
I think if you look at the history of the games, Tahiti are always in the top three. So we always expect them to come to any games with a professionally prepared group of athletes. and they've clearly done that here. Being the host of 2027, this is a very normal thing when countries are going to host a games, whether it's Olympic or Pacific. The investment from government tends to start early, and they want to develop their athletes. So they were awarded the games in 2021. They came to the Solomon Islands in 2023 with a big team, well prepared, and did very well. I think finished second on the medal tally behind New Caledonia. So they've clearly kept that investment going. As you say, they have the facilities. They've delivered what was then the South Pacific Games twice, 1971, 1995, so that you go there and you see athletics tracks, not just one, but several, swimming pools, indoor halls, golf courses. They've got a lot of facilities and that investment, as I said, that comes from government. So I think they've sent a warning to everybody in their performance here. They're going to be hard to beat in their own backyard or in their own home ground in 2027. But I think the Pacific countries will try and meet the challenge. I think we've seen here, we've talked about Palau's performance and raising their standards. I think if you look at Solomon Islands Games in 2023, I think a country like Fiji was a little bit disappointed with how they performed there. They've come back, and I think they've done well here, and they'll use that as motivation. New Caledonia is usually number one. They've gone through some problems politically, and if they can raise the funds and get themselves back on track, they'll be strong in 2027. But yeah, I think the investment by government is always critical. Investment by government here has delivered a really good games for the Pacific Games Council. Investment by governments in sports will deliver strong teams, whether they're at home or away from home. And one of the things we've often called upon is we used to have a sports ministers meeting where we'd get the sports ministers coming to the games, we'd get them together, we'd sit them in a room and we'd say, let's hear from New Caledonia's minister or Tahiti's minister or Papua New Guinea, the ones who are doing well. What is it that you do? How can we learn from you? And we'd like to reactivate that meeting in the next few years. But certainly I think we can see with Tahiti, there's a strong investment in their young athletes, and it's paid dividends here in Palau.
I think the other key factor is, you'd see government around the region just building facilities. So investment is in infrastructure. But we want investment in human resources as well. We talked about technical officials, but we want investment in coaches, getting them lifting their game, getting them certified. And there are, things develop, modern trends of coaching and all that sort of thing. So when we talk about sports development, it's just not facilities, it's just not athletes. There are other supporting elements that need to rise together. And as Andrew said, the government has a very important role to play in these areas.
And just, I better ask some Palau questions, or they'll kick me out. Is it devastating to hear that baseball will not be part of the games, or as the president pointed out, is it brilliant to know that you will be holding the gold medal for such a long time? I feel we need an official government response to this question.
Well, I think most importantly for the athletes, they spend a lot of times preparing, and I think they want to compete as often as possible. I guess the only saving thing that we have is that we get to hold the title for 16 years. But I think every athlete wants to compete as often as possible. And That's only the only way you sharpen your skills and you become better. And yeah, I think the challenge is how to get more countries to adopt baseball. It was great to see Fiji here with a team. And that's what you need more.
Can we expect Palau to be softly lobbying other countries towards baseball at international meetings?
I think that would be
There
well,
is
oh,
an Oceania Baseball Federation, and you want to talk about compulsory sports and all that, just tell them how things happen.
Just briefly, President, thank you. So we have a bunch of sports that we call compulsory. So at the main games, you must have them, from athletics down to weightlifting. You know, they're the Olympic sports that are very, very popular in the region. And then the host country of the games can then choose from the optional list the remainder of the program. So the host country has a lot of say in whether a sport like baseball, softball, wrestling is on the program. Wrestling was on the program here the first time since 2007. It's just because the hosts, since 2007, when they looked at that menu, they thought, that's not for us. We're not strong in that sport. So as President Lakan said, Oceania Baseball, there's, I think, a responsibility on them to try and grow the sport outside of Micronesia. It was great that Fiji came. Solomon Islands were due to come, but didn't quite get the funding at the last minute. But if they can grow that sport in Polynesia and Melanesia, and we have more countries playing baseball, softball, then the future host of the games will look at that sport as very attractive. Whereas right now, it was in the program in Saipan. It was in the program at the main games in 2011 in New Caledonia. And it was obviously on the program here. So they've got to grow the sport more widely in the region, and then it's more likely a host country will select it as a sport. So that's our process. It means that some really good sports, we don't see them for a period of time, like I mentioned about wrestling, and it might mean that Palau is the baseball champion of the Pacific for many years to come. As Buckley said, we know our program, we know our calendar all the way through to Brisbane 32. In all the Pacific games, mini games, up to then, we know which sports are on. So baseball has a chance to come back after Brisbane, and we hope it does. It's popular and it's successful. And we'll review the sports after each games, and sometimes if a sport's on that compulsory list and it's not performing, we drop it back down. And we did that last year with one of our sports that just wasn't, they're at the top compulsory list, but they weren't performing well and they went down. That gives a chance to the others to try and climb back up. We review that all the time to make sure our list remains current and accurate in terms of what the Pacific really likes to play.
And just looking at, because you mentioned wrestling, Palau had success in wrestling and also relative success in swimming and archery. Do you take note of these successes here and look towards sports funding and does something like baseball, not necessarily being in the mini games, but in other areas, does that affect conversations in terms of sports funding going forward?
Well, I think absolutely. I think we have to look at the successes and we have to continue to invest in them. Like for the Va'as, for example, that's something that we got new Va'as, that was important. But the success in the Va'a racing, which is something that I think Palau has never medaled in the past, was something that I think proves that we need to invest in. The other thing that, of course, we all need to run to that game soon. The 3-on-3 basketball, I think, is something that has been exciting and a new sport, and it kind of balances the term they've been using is heart over height, because it kind of balances out, so you have a little bit of an opportunity even though you're small. And so it's been exciting to watch, and looking forward to the next few hours. But I mean, I think these are things that we have to look at it as a country and always continue to invest. But it's hard as small countries because we do have a limited pool of athletes and limited funding to compete with, let's say, Tahiti or Fiji or PNG. So the partnerships and the help that we get from IOC, the ONOC, and everybody else is so critical and helpful to us to at least build up this capacity. So,
Thank you.
so okay, I just have one last.
Yeah, I want a question. I will prepare the game. Maktimo getting one more time. Ang dia isela na rule kasing dia kasi elmo hostra. May ko game madang elmo taligi bringi.
O hindi kan malungil em latal do ngola kalwase kalel sebed ending girel me tuwa da delegate Stephanie ngir o email Secretary General of Micronesian Games Council yo ay solo si al sugum ndi kal sebir o mo serngir tel merak ya la kal sebir tel merak global mo 2027 mo 2028 ya gora ulda so asen dia me boda du edungul mei إذا دولنقول الملتلقي بدنقول مربلا ومدلوت المريري إمبرقون إذا نسوترير تواني دوري بلنقول تيجي ذا الجيم برين لابتلو لا بقلا لهم دا سرين دين مدريق السيد المسوترير ترقال الأذاد لذنقول أدوت بإيتي الكلغول موا إذا ينجي ما أتاهيتين موا إذا ينجي ما يوتيرا غوك أيلاند موا إذا ينجي ما LA نجيري الديمورنير تيال مراك Real sugum ta meluus merang garuba kalau ase memru larang miu edi aku ktil ta da elme gitu ase megi hosting ilom terang mi la asiat chekel tal milyon matedo el megi hosting seguido akum da sing laung il tel tial akti duli metermeng sar mutling regide edi akamu ai sara andro ma vidiar tel black teli sulam.
I know we've been speaking in Palau, but I want to say a few things in English. And this last few days have really been unforgettable. I think we've witnessed more than just games. We've seen determination, resiliency in every competition. And of course, we've seen friendships formed, strengthened. And I think we've witnessed the power of peace, laughter, and love freely. And I like to reflect on Apostle Paul's message in 2 Timothy, which is, we have fought the good fight, we have finished the race, and we have kept the faith. And after, each fierce competition, one of the things that we see is that our athletes come together, they congratulate one another, and they celebrate a job well done. It's really a true testament to our unity. Of course, this Games is about empowering unity. And I think one of the moments that really captures the very heart of the Pacific Games was when Therese Collins of Samoa began to run a portion of the triathlon and was in 6th place, and that was the strongest part of the run, was where he was supposed to perform. But there was clearly something wrong. And Therese was stumbling, he was disoriented, and he was unsteady. And even as he was called to stop, he insisted on continuing. And the race medic followed him, pushed him through the last half of the 5 kilometers, and he had dropped to 14th place. His vision was blurry, and his steps were unsure. But that's when our own Leslie Takshiao of Palau came running by. And the two athletes, of course, they didn't know each other. And Leslie saw Therese and was in trouble and reached out to guide him along. And with encouraging words and a steady hand, that spirit of brotherhood. And they said, come on, we can do this together. We're nearly there. Let's go. We can do it together. And of course, they ran the final kilometer side by side. And when Therese crossed the line, Leslie congratulated him and helped him to the recovery tent for care. You know, we're proud of Therese for his determination and his resolve to finish the race, no matter how hard the struggle is. And we are inspired by the example that Leslie set by racing in his first international event. But I think most importantly, this story reminds us that while we come to these games to compete, we are also here together as one Pacific family, connected, not divided, and connected by our blue moana of Oceania. So I think that demonstrated the true meaning of the theme of our games, which is empowering unity. We are one Pacific, one ocean, many islands, many peoples, but we're bound together by the ocean that connects us. And I think this is the best, is you know, when one stumbles, another reaches out. When one struggles, another lends a hand. And when we unite, not just in competition, but in compassion, we show the world the strength and the beauty of our Pacific spirit. So we have, you know, we've witnessed, I think, incredible games, and we're looking forward to Tahiti and the Cook Islands to continue to bring us together. And really, thank you for entrusting the council, for entrusting Palau with this responsibility. We thank God for blessing the games. And one last thing that we always do is that we also honor the birthdays that are today at our press conferences. So let me just do that, and then we'll end our press conference. So today, we have a long list. We actually have 6 birthdays today of those public servants that are well-deserved. Maria Wells Ernest, Maria Arf, Maria Christian Mitchell, Maria Obisra AG, Maria Suzette Niralmao, Director ng Airport Operations, Samantha Rungulbay, nga Taranor Sergidara MHHS, Samson Sogaw, nga Public Works, Maalsel Wilfred, el Director ng Public Health. Tugubet Selburde, el Morafana Rungulbay. Nga dodonganil baseng dimle imordil aklay, el ngia olter gidra amulasela tamelala. So happy birthday, Fuana. Happy Constitution Day. Dios se nos lolmol molumang tangat travelwaf. May God bless Palau. May God bless the athletes, and may God bless our Pacific family as they travel home. God bless you all. Sula. You're by three. Are we just in that?